Good morning, everyone. The Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and Wildlife will come to order. Subcommittee's meeting today to hear testimony on 3 bills related to conservation of birds and other wildlife, along with 4 water-related bills. Under Committee Rule 4F, any oral opening statements at hearing are limited to the chairman, the ranking member, the vice chair, and the vice-ranking members. This allows us to hear from our witnesses sooner and keeps members on schedule. Therefore, I ask unanimous consent that all other members' opening statements will be made part of the hearing record if they're submitted to the clerk by 5 p.m. today or the close of the hearing, whichever comes first. Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. I also ask unanimous consent that the gentlepersons from the following gentlepersons from Michigan, Representative Dingell and Kildee, be allowed to sit on the dais and participate in today's proceedings. Do we have other members that were? All right. Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. All right, thanks for joining us today, everyone. This is a hearing where we'll be discussing 7 bills, several of which are bipartisan bills that reflect the breadth of this subcommittee's jurisdiction. 3 of the bills work to protect birds and other species, and the remaining 4 aim to spur water management improvements and investments in our water infrastructure. On the wildlife side, first we have H.R. 1446, the Multinational Species Conservation Fund's Semi-Postal Stamp Reauthorization Act. That is a mouthful. Authored by Representative Clay, this would require the U.S. Postal Service to sell stamps that raise money for the Multinational Species Conservation Funds. These stamps are already printed and simply haven't been sold. And since the original act expired several years ago, it makes sense to pass this bill. Second bill, Representative Van Drew's H.R. 2685, would reauthorize the Wild Bird Conservation Act, which promotes international wild bird conservation. With the recent news on biodiversity loss, we need to do all we can to preserve species, starting with the conservation tools that we already have. Finally, we'll consider Representative Lowenthal's discussion draft of the Migratory Bird Protection Act, which amends the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, or MBTA. The draft bill would override the Trump administration's radical reinterpretation of this act in a way that states that the Migratory Bird Treaty Act only applies to intentional killing or taking of birds and no longer applies to incidental take, such as an oil spill that kills birds. It's the same pattern that we keep seeing, unfortunately, from this administration. The oil and gas industry is prioritized above public well-being and a healthy environment and wildlife for future generations. The 2011 Deepwater Horizon oil spill is a perfect example of how the MBTA can and should be used to hold bad actors accountable. That spill killed more than 1 million birds, and BP was ordered to pay $100 million in fines for violating the MBTA, which then went toward restoring important bird habitat. The draft bill affirms that the MBTA does cover incidental take and also sets a path for the Fish and Wildlife Service to develop general permits for incidental take based on industry-developed best management practices. If your company has implemented those practices to minimize bird deaths, you should be eligible for self-certification under a general permit and not have to worry further about the MBTA. It's common sense, a straightforward approach, and I applaud Representative Lowenthal for putting this forward. Moving on, the water-related legislation we'll hear about today is designed to increase water infrastructure investment and improve our nation's water management. With climate change projections showing our water supply will be increasingly threatened in the western United States, our approach to water management and investment must be improved and make the most of our resources. H.R. 1162, sponsored by Representative Napolitano, would reauthorize Reclamation's Title 16 Water Recycling Grant Program and increase funding authorization to $500 million. This would authorize significant new investment and help communities become more resilient to climate-induced drought by reclaiming wastewater and putting it to use. Last year, an estimated 431,000 acre-feet of water was made available through Title 16 projects. That's enough to supply 3.5 million people with water for a year. With increased investment, we could provide a reliable water supply for millions more. Next, we have H.R. 2473 from Representative Josh Harder. This bill is aimed at providing water supply reliability in California's Central Valley and other parts of the country. It would establish a new water infrastructure and drought solutions fund, funded through revenues from the Reclamation Fund to pay for ground and surface water storage, water reuse, and water use efficiency projects. The Reclamation Fund was established by Congress to help pay for Western water projects with revenues from natural resource royalties, water project repayment, and other sources. Over the past 2 decades, deposits into this fund have far exceeded expenditures. Given this discrepancy, this bill would increase expenditures from that fund to help pay for water-related priorities. The bill would also support groundwater recharge planning efforts, creating a new X Prize to promote advancements in water technology, and reauthorize the Reclamation's Rural Water Supply Program to help address rural drinking water needs. Finally, the bill authorizes a new program modeled on WIFIA, the Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act. It's a program to offer low-cost financing for states, tribes, and local governments to fund water infrastructure projects. This program is designed to accelerate investment in water infrastructure at a lower cost to the Treasury, a good thing. Also on the agenda is H.R. 1976, the PFAS Detection Act of 2019, introduced by Congressman Dan Kildee in recognition of the health threats posed by a class of man-made chemicals called, and I'm going to attempt to pronounce this, perfluoroalkyl substances. Dan will correct me. But they're known widely as PFAS, and it's a big deal. This bill would direct the USGS to establish a standard for detecting PFAS and initiate nationwide sampling to determine the level of PFAS exposure in our rivers, streams, and lakes. Finally, we'll address H.R. 967, the Clean Water for Rural Communities Act, from Representative GN40. This bill will help advance 2 drinking water projects in rural Montana. It'll authorize the Interior Secretary to construct the Muscle Shoal Judith Rural Water System and to further study the Dry Redwater Project. I look forward to hearing more about that and the other bills on the agenda today. There's a lot of work to do, so with that, I'll turn it over to the ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The subcommittee meets today to hear 3 bills involving wildlife and 4 involving water that evoke Shakespeare's lament of a tale full of sound and fury signifying nothing. We have H.R. 1446 by Mr. Clay to authorize the continued sale of multinational species conservation fund semi-postal stamps until they're sold out, although it's not clear why we would authorize the reprinting of stamps that have already been destroyed. H.R. 2685 by Mr. Van Drew would reauthorize the Wild Bird Conservation Act of 1992. H.R. 967 by Mr. Gianforte authorizes certain water expenditures for rural Montana, which is supportable if the bill is amended to conform to the beneficiary pays principle, that the federal money be repaid by the project beneficiaries and not by federal taxpayers. H.R. 1976 by Mr. Kildee authorizes $45 million over 5 years for the U.S. Geological Service to establish standards for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances that are used in a variety of products. It should be noted that there are a variety of chemicals within this category, and the bill needs to provide regulatory flexibility and not a one-size-fits-all mandate. A discussion draft by Mr. Lowenthal raises more serious questions. It opens the door to overregulation of critical infrastructure development, such as electric transmission and distribution lines, telecommunications towers, and energy development. Its purpose is to protect migratory bird species, but as we will hear, more of these birds are killed by feral cats than by the industries that would bear the burdens contemplated by this bill. Finally, we have 2 bills before us that comprise the biggest disappointment of today's hearing. H.R. 1162 by Ms. Napolitano would permanently extend Title 16 programs that provide grants for local water recycling projects. The Title 16 program has almost $200 million of authorized funding for abandoned projects, none of which this bill deauthorizes, and clearly this program would benefit from more congressional oversight, not less. I've often raised 2 objections to this sort of spending. First, it completely ignores the cost-benefit ratio of such projects, and it forces one community to pay for another community's water projects. It casts aside the beneficiary pays principle for one that can only be described as robbing St. Petersburg to pay St. Paul. And then there's H.R. 2473 by Mr. Harder, which includes H.R. 1162 and then raises its folly. It's actually a hodgepodge of water recycling, desalination, and conservation spending that completely ignores the fundamental economics of water. It is precisely this approach that has sent water costs spiraling and created artificial water shortages in one of the most water-rich regions of our country. According to the California Energy Commission for San Diego County, The mean average cost of water differs greatly depending on the source. The most expensive way to produce water is desalination at the cost of $2,300 per acre foot. Water recycling costs $1,500. Importing water costs $925. Groundwater storage costs $737. The cheapest source of water is good old-fashioned surface water storage, dams and reservoirs, at $600 per acre foot. Surface water storage gives us nearly 4 times as much water for the dollar as desalination. In other words, storing water before it's lost to the ocean costs roughly $600, while reclaiming it once it's been lost to the ocean costs $2,300. Water desalination is a great idea if you don't mind your water bill quadrupling. Everyone agrees we need to produce more water infrastructure. The question is, for the same price, would it be better to get 1 gallon or 4 gallons? The supporters of H.R. 2473 apparently can't tell the difference. Finally, in a transparent attempt to give the illusion it would produce some additional water storage, it provides $100 million each for surface or groundwater storage as water recycling and desalination, but not starting until 2030. And it completely ignores the most cost-effective and shovel-ready water project in California, raising Shasta Dam by 18 feet. That project's ready to go. It would store an additional 630,000 acre-feet at a fraction of the price of the projects that are to be funded, again, not until 2030. We've just come through a 4-year drought in which our dams were drained nearly empty, only to be followed by 2 years of record rainfall that we now have to release from those same dams because we have nowhere to store it for the next drought. Instead of learning from that experience, we are contemplating the same mistakes that have taken California from a land of abundance to a land of chronic water shortage. I yield back.
Sounds like other than that, you like all the bills. We will now...
Do you want me to raise some more issues? I'd be happy to take the time.
we're already going to be busy with the fact check machine. We will begin our testimony now, starting with some of the lead sponsors of the bills on today's agenda. We'll begin with Representative Lacey Clay of Missouri, who's the lead author of H.R. 1446. Oh, sorry, we're going to change the order. We're going to start with Congressman Harder on his bill. Congressman Harder, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Huffman and Ranking Member McClintock. I appreciate the opportunity to join you today, and I want to thank you for including the Save Water Resources Act in this hearing. And I want to thank my friend Anthea Hansen from the Del Puerto Water District for making the trip out here to testify. Water may not be the top of mind for a lot of folks here in Washington, but in my home in California Central Valley, we think about it every day. We have the most variable rainfall in the country, and as many of you know, we just came out of the longest and most severe drought in the state's history in March. Because of that variable rainfall, we're locked into boom and bust cycles, and federal water policy hasn't been designed to manage the extremes of a state like California, where we have the largest population and produce the most food. Sustaining our population and our vibrant agricultural industry requires reliable, consistent access to water. But our water policy has been stuck in a 20th century mindset. We believe that water is zero-sum. Water users duke it out in court. California and the Trump administration go back and forth, and all the while, we miss valuable periods to capture more water and prepare for the next drought, which experts say is just around the corner. That's why I worked alongside stakeholders of all stripes, even traditional adversaries, to develop this bill and was able to announce it standing side by side with organizations ranging from the Farm Bureau to conservation organizations like our local Sierra Club chapter. I have the support of local Republicans and Democrats alike. And I've tried to craft a bipartisan solution that avoids the pitfalls that have hindered progress so far. The Save Water Resources Act does too much to detail in only 5 minutes, but here are some of the top lines. First, my bill will allow us to capture and store our water supplies during water booms, as Mr. McClintock said, like the one we're experiencing this year, and preserve it through innovation and smart investments to prepare for the next bust. It would achieve those goals by making long overdue investments in water storage capacity, both for surface and groundwater storage. Obviously, if you've got variable rainfall, you need to capitalize during the wet years. But storage won't be enough. We need to increase efficiency and get into some of our untapped sources of water. We lose thousands of gallons of water in reservoirs through evaporation. And we've not invested enough in making desalination more efficient and accessible. I agree with you. It is way too expensive. We're trying to fix that. That's why my bill would create the X Prize, which would unleash the power of the private sector to create innovation in these areas. Finally, my bill would make the investments in our water infrastructure we should have made decades ago. It would create a much-needed water infrastructure fund, increasing funding for existing programs like Water Smart, and create new programs like RIFIA. And as many of my California colleagues in this committee know, unsafe drinking water is a big problem in the Central Valley. That's why my bill reauthorizes the Rural Water Supply Program. We need to make sure we provide rural communities with the tools they need to have access to safe drinking water. This is a summary of my bill, but I think it's broken the mold in how we think about water. We're going to be continuing to fight about it for decades to come, for centuries to come, because we've been fighting it for the last couple centuries. All we're trying to do in this bill is say, are there some common sense elements most of us can agree on to make sure that we're actually getting some progress? We can't afford partisanship or ideological warfare in these discussions because of the importance of what we're talking about: the water we drink, the food we eat. And thank you, Mr. Chairman Huffman and Ranking Member McClintock, for holding this hearing. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thanks very much.
Or answer any questions if you have them.
All right, first we're going to hear from Representative Lacey Clay of Missouri, again, the lead sponsor of H.R. 1446, the Multinational Species Conservation Fund Semi-Postal Stamp Reauthorization Act. Congressman Clay, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Huffman and Ranking Member McClintock and members of this committee for holding this hearing. And I'm pleased to speak in support of H.R. 1446, the Multinational Species Conservation Funds of 2019. Bipartisan legislation that I was pleased to introduce with my friend and colleague, Representative Fortenberry. Our bill will direct the U.S. Postal Service to sell the remaining copies of an existing specialty stamp featuring the Amur tiger while taking a stand to protect endangered species and habitats. The Multinational Species Conservation Fund semi-postal stamp, commonly known as the tiger stamp, was originally created by an act of Congress in 2010 and first went on sale the following year. Let me be clear, semi-postal stamps are first-class postage. They incur no extra cost to the taxpayers, and the Postal Service retains all normal revenue from the sale and use of these specialty items. Specialty stamps are sold at a higher price to support good causes, and in this case, endangered wildlife. When the tiger stamp was last on sale, it cost 10 cents more than regular first-class postage, with the extra proceeds being allocated to the Multinational Species Conservation Fund. Since the stamp first went on sale in 2011, almost 51 million have been sold, raising $5.7 million for wildlife conservation at no direct cost to U.S. taxpayers. The Tiger Stamp has funded over 100 projects in 35 countries, and this sum was matched by almost $19 million in additional funding provided by NGOs, foundations, private donors, foreign governments, and local communities. Some examples of projects funded by the Tiger Stamp include training and deploying dogs to track and capture elephant poachers in Virunga National Park, the oldest national park in Africa that has been hit hard by wildlife traffickers in recent years. The reintroduction of endangered orangutans into the landscape on the island of Borneo in Indonesia with the support of local communities and stakeholders, and training and equipping special operations teams to protect tigers in India while working with local NGOs and communities to monitor the remaining tiger populations. The law permits the U.S. Postal Service to continue to sell the stamp, but the law only required them to sell the stamp through the end of fiscal year 2017. Although 49 million Tiger stamps remain, the U.S. Postal Service chose to take them off sale at the end of 2018. Both the House and Senate included report language in the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill directing the Postal Service to put the Tiger stamp back on sale. Although this report language was supported by the final omnibus appropriations bill Congress passed in February, the Postal Service has declined to honor the language. My bill simply directs the Postal Service to put the Tiger stamp back on sale until the remaining 49 million are sold. Given that the Tiger stamp has already been printed and paid for, this bill has no additional cost to taxpayers while doing so much good around the world. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide my remarks regarding this issue. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Clay. In the final 30 seconds that you have, could you just, by way of fact-checking, re-clarify that the implication in the ranking member's opening statement that we would be reprinting stamps, incurring additional costs, that we're talking about stamps that have already been retired or destroyed, that's not correct. That's factually incorrect.
That is not correct. We have 49 million of these Tiger stamps left that the Postal Service needs to get out the door and to sell.
If the gentleman will yield?
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense to me. If we've got a stock of these stamps, they should be authorized until sold out.
Sure.
But there's, I understand, a provision in the bill that provides for reprinting stamps that have been destroyed. Why is that?
I'm so glad that you're supportive of putting the Tiger stamp.
I am, but I'm not supportive of reprinting stamps that have already been destroyed. Why is that provision in your bill?
I don't believe that's in there. I don't see it.
All right.
We'll pull the text.
Gentlemen will take a look. With that, I thank Congressman Clay, and we will hear from Representative Lowenthal on H.R. 1160. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we're going to hear from on his discussion draft of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Congressman Lowenthal, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and I hope this is a discussion draft. I look forward to input from everyone, on members, panelists, and others. But let's give some background. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act that we're talking about is one of our nation's, it was first created between 1916 and became an official act in 1918. So it's over 100 years of age. It's one of our nation's bedrock environmental laws that helps us to achieve a more sustainable future for people and wildlife. In the past century, it has protected more than 1,000 species of birds and has been the implementation language for a number of international treaties that now also protect migratory birds. Unfortunately, as the chair pointed out, in 2017, the Trump administration issued what I believe is a radical reinterpretation of the MBTA, overturning decades of precedent established by both Democratic and Republican administrations and undermining our commitment to international treaties. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has now made it clear that companies are no longer required to avoid incidental harm to birds. Companies will no longer be held liable for damage to birds when disasters like oil spills occur, and now they have less incentive to reduce harm to birds. In writing this bill, I really wanted to kill two birds with one stone. I take that as a sign of appreciation. The first issue is we wanted to make clear in this bill that the Migratory Bird Treaty Act has covered incidental take for over 100 years, and it will continue to do so. This will allow us to stay in compliance with our international treaty organizations. We must have consistent implementation moving forward and making sure that the Fish and Wildlife Service knows that it has the authority to punish bad actors when they kill birds due to negligence. The kind of negligence which resulted in disasters such as the Exxon Valdez and the Deepwater Horizon. Second, we must recognize that some incidental bird deaths will occur, and we want companies that are implementing best practices not to be punished. We want to create a simple, fair system with certainty for companies that are already utilizing best management practices that reduce the impacts to birds. This legislation directs the Fish and Wildlife Service specifically to work with the industries upfront, developing general industry-wide permits for incidental take, as well as to identify the best management practices, much of which has already been established by existing industry standards. Fish and Wildlife Service will develop a system where individual companies will pay a mitigation fee and self-certify that they're utilizing best management practices. Self-certification and a simple fee with no further actions by Fish and Wildlife Service to approve the certifications under the general permit would fulfill a company's requirements under the MBTA. So you can see the intent here is not to over-regulate, but to create a fair system with certainty for industry, ensure that we meet international treaty obligations, and recover damages when egregious situations arise. We want this bill to be a common sense, straightforward approach that achieves these goals. I will just say in conclusion, as the chair of the Energy and Mineral Resources Subcommittee, and also as the co-chair of the Safe Climate Caucus, I understand the importance of energy production and the need to promote a cleaner, more sustainable future. A transition away from fossil fuels to zero-emission energy sources is essential if we are to leave a recognizable world for our children and grandchildren. This legislation will increase certainty for industry, create a clear path for making sure that we continue to develop renewable energy projects in an environmentally sustainable manner. I look forward to a deeper discussion on this from our panel of witnesses, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenthal. We will next hear from Representative Grace Napolitano of California, lead sponsor of H.R. 1162, the Water Recycling Investment and Improvement Act. Representative Napolitano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you very much, Mr. Huffman, Chairman Huffman, and the subcommittee for holding the hearing. And I'm honored and happy to speak on my bill, 1162, the Water Recycling Investment and Improvement Act. The strains on our water supplies due to climate change, drought, population growth, and increased steadily in Southern California, the millions of people in Southern California and also across the nations over the past few decades, underscoring the need for greater federal assistance, especially in communities that cannot afford it. The federal government start prioritizing and funding recycling in order to prepare the 17 western states for future periods of drought. The Bureau of Reclamation's Title 16 Water Recycling Program has proven to be the most effective in improving water supply by providing long-term savings while boosting job growth and lowering our resistance on imported potable water. Title 16 provides cost-shared funding for water recycling projects that reclaim and reuse municipal, industrial, domestic, and/or agricultural wastewater and naturally impaired groundwater or surface water across the West. My legislation would increase Title 16's authorization from $50 to $500 million in giving local water agencies the necessary funding to increase capacity for existing recycling plants or create cost-effective methods to improve water supply. Not only do these projects create jobs and boost our local economies, farms, and businesses, but the project can be brought online with wet water, not paper water, in as little as 2 years versus building a dam, which would take decades. These projects provide long-term savings, which is why water districts and sanitation agencies are overwhelmingly supportive of this program. Since 1992, Congress has authorized 53 Title 16 recycling projects, producing more than 1,000 acre-feet of drought-resistant water supply. Unfortunately, due to the lack of funding, there is a current backlog of $464 million from congressionally authorized Title 16 projects, demonstrating a clear need to continue expanding and funding the program. This is unacceptable, and that's why I introduced my bill to increase the authorization so we can begin to address the backlog and provide more drought-proof resistance for cities. Our communities greatly need our support in developing local and sustainable water supplies through Title 16 projects. The federal government has an important role to play in working with local water managers to modernize America's water infrastructure to meet the needs of the growing population and the climate change. It's a no-brainer. We have to explore new ways to expand our water portfolio, and water recycling is one of the best ways to do so. I urge the administration to take this issue seriously and support increase in robust funding for Title 16 program. I would like to submit a record 6 letters of support from various water agencies, including Aqua, Water Reuse, WRD, that represent hundreds of water agencies for the record.
Without objection.
And I would like to urge my colleagues to support 1162. I believe we've been working on Title 16 for about 18 years and have found that it is one of the ways that the communities can fight drought and create more water. Above ground storage is fine, although the evaporation rate can be 15 to 20%. The groundwater is the best way to do it, and I urge a yes vote. Yield back.
Thank you, Representative Napolitano, and thanks for your many years of leadership on these issues. We'll next hear from Representative Van Drew of New Jersey. He's the lead sponsor of H.R. 2685, the Wild Bird Conservation Act. Congressman Van Drew, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Huffman, for holding this hearing and for considering my bill, which would reauthorize the Wild Bird Conservation Act. The authorization expired nearly 25 years ago in 1995, and I personally believe it is time to revisit this important issue. You may not know, but this is a really big deal, even in New Jersey and in my area, and particularly in South Jersey, which is one of the focal points and main areas where birders come from literally all around the world. I care very deeply about protecting wildlife, especially in a time when hundreds of international scientists have sounded the alarm to the extinction crisis that our planet is facing. As we heard in this committee last month from scientists, the Wild Bird Conservation Act provides another tool to protect and conserve our incredible diversity of birds. First and foremost, the WCA limits the importation of exotic bird species to ensure their populations continue to thrive in the wild. As the #1 importer of exotic birds, it is critical that the United States provide protection against wildlife trafficking and other international trade that harms wildlife populations of birds. One of the most important components of the WBCA is the Exotic Bird Conservation Fund, which provides financial and technical assistance for the ground bird conservation projects in their country of origin. The Exotic Bird Conservation Fund in particular is why it is so important that we reauthorize the WBCA. As an example, I would like to highlight one of the birds that benefit from this fund. Picture in your mind a classic parrot with red, yellow, and blue feathers. That's the scarlet macaw, a special protected species under the Wild Bird Conservation Act. These beautiful parrots have been captured for the pet trade to an alarming extent, with only a few thousand, literally only a few thousand left wild in Central America and in Mexico. The illegal trafficking of these macaws remains very lucrative as well as dangerous for those local communities. The Exotic Bird Conservation Fund supports local community projects to protect scarlet macaw nests from poachers and to rehabilitate macaws so they can return back to the wild. By funding these projects and limiting the importation of scarlet macaws, The Wild Bird Conservation Act is doing a great service both to the ecosystem and to the Central American people who very much culturally value these birds. Mr. Chair, I'm thrilled that we're discussing the reauthorization of the Exotic Bird Conservation Fund to ensure that conservation projects for exotic birds will continue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Van Drew. We will now introduce the witnesses for a second panel on the 3 wildlife bills. So, yes.
While we're on the subject of the first panel, although I'm sorry Mr. Clay has left, I did want to bring to his attention the wording of his legislation, which does provide that the Postal Service will have to reprint stamps that have been destroyed.
Let's read that into the
Specifically,
record
I'm gonna read it
exactly
right now.
because it's conditional.
Consequence of destruction of stamps. If the United States Postal
No,
Service
starting at the
destroys-
beginning of the section.
The amendments made by subsection 1 shall take effect as if enacted on the day.
Line 11.
This is what I was reading.
Okay.
I appreciate the gentleman's help, but I know
Yeah.
what I'm reading. Consequence of destruction of stamps. If the United States Postal Service destroys one or more multinational species conservation fund semi-postal stamps before the date of enactment of this act, the United States Postal Service shall print and sell the same number of such stamps on or after that date of enactment. Since the gentleman didn't know this was in the bill, I think he would have no problems taking it out. It makes perfect sense to sell the stamps that we've already printed. It makes no sense to have to reprint stamps that have been destroyed.
And I'm grateful that the gentleman read the entire paragraph because we now know that it is conditional language. It applies only if the Postal Service destroys stamps, which they have not done. Under the facts as they currently exist, there would be no reprinting, there would be no additional costs. This conditional directive is to ensure compliance with the law by an agency that has already ignored report language from both houses of Congress. So I think it's no surprise that you would want to ensure through a provision like this that the Postal Service doesn't frustrate the intent of this act. But it is absolutely categorically false that there would be reprinting costs mandated by the act. With that,
Again, there are if the stamps are destroyed.
and if candy and nuts were, free to everyone, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. It's conditional. It doesn't apply. There have been no destruction of stamps. We'll now hear from the witnesses in our second panel. First witness is Dr. Amanda Rodewald, who's the Garvin Professor and Senior Director of Conservation Science at the Cornell Lab of Ornithology. Next is Mr. Paul Schmidt, who manages the group Consulting for Conservation. He's also a retired official of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And next we'll hear from Mr. Stan Senner, who is Vice President for Bird Conservation with National Audubon Society. And then the final witness, are we going to have Mr. D'Angelo? Yeah, Mr. D'Angelo is here. He is a partner with the law firm of Kelly, Dry, and Warren, LLP. Let me remind all the witnesses that under the committee rules, they are to limit their oral statements to 5 minutes, but in their entire written statement will appear in the committee record. When you begin, the lights on the witness table will turn green at the 4-minute mark. A yellow light will come on telling you that you should begin wrapping up, and when the red light appears, I will ask you to please complete your statement. We'll ask the entire panel to testify before turning it over to members for their questions of the witnesses. The chair now recognizes Dr. Rodewald to testify for 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Huffman, Ranking Member McClintock, and members of the subcommittee. And thank you again for the opportunity to be here today. So I'd like to share my thoughts about the important role that the Migratory Bird Treaty Act has played in conserving birds and protecting a healthy environment, and how that role has been undermined by the 2017 reinterpretation of the act that removes incidental take. But first, what I'd like to do is just take a moment to share why you might want to be concerned about birds, even if you're not a bird enthusiast. And it turns out there are many reasons. We benefit directly from the roles that birds play in our environment. So things like eating insects that damage our crops and cause outbreaks in our forests. Birds disperse seeds, they remove waste, they contribute to nutrient cycles that keep our lands productive. They're also powerful economic engines. In 2016, over 100 million Americans participated in wildlife-related recreation and hunting, and they spent $150 billion doing so. And those activities were overwhelmingly focused on birds. Even fines that are paid by violators of the act can benefit society as well. Fines have rebuilt or restored green infrastructure like wetlands and coastal islands, barrier islands that protect our communities from flooding and storms. They keep our waters clean, and they support productive fish and wildlife populations. So the bottom line is that when we take steps to protect birds and their habitats, we benefit as well, because what's good for birds is usually good for us. So given this, you might understand then why many members of the scientific and conservation community are concerned. Over 1/3 of North American bird species are in need of urgent conservation action. Populations of many species, and especially shorebirds, seabirds, grassland birds, have declined by up to 70% since 1970. We've lost half of the population of 33 of our most common species, things like snowy owl and eastern meadowlark. Right? So the evidence overwhelmingly shows that we need to be doing more, not less, to protect birds. Now, it's true that we can't always point to a single cause of these population declines. The threats are often diverse and they're diffuse, but that does not make them any less devastating if we consider their cumulative impact. And almost all of them are unintentional. And so given this, the act that removes incidental take has rendered it silent on most causes of human mortality for our birds. Now, I'm not arguing that we should try to eliminate all causes of human cause mortality for birds. We can't. We have genuine need to accommodate human activities. And we can do that. You know, the act provides us with the powerful incentive for industry, for landowners, for other commercial interests to take positive and proactive steps to reduce harm to birds. And we've seen this done again and again, whether with wind turbines or oil pits, communication towers, or long-line fishing. There are many examples. So again, today what I want to emphasize is that the mortality that birds face is substantial, it's overwhelmingly incidental in nature, and we have the ability to address some of that here today and through the act that's been proposed. The U.S. has long been a global leader in conservation. We've shown the world by example that strong economies, a healthy environment, and healthy and vibrant communities are not only compatible, but they're mutually reinforcing. But in contrast to that strong tradition, the reinterpretation of the act has undermined both the protection for birds and also the broader environmental and economic benefits that flow to Americans. We can and should do better. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from Mr. Schmidt. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Huffman, Ranking Member McClintock, my name is Paul Schmidt. I had a 33-year career with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and followed with a career with Ducks Unlimited for 6 years as the Chief Conservation Officer. During that time in the Fish and Wildlife Service, 20 years of it, I was responsible in some way, shape, or form for the administration of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Thank you today for inviting me to testify on this important wildlife conservation legislation. Your leadership on the Migratory Bird Protection Act is of critical importance to the billions of birds and the hundreds of millions of citizens that enjoy birds on this continent. 101 years ago, Congress passed one of the first and most consequential and effective conservation laws ever, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, to implement and fulfill the obligations of 4 bilateral treaties. We have enjoyed 100 years of successful conservation of birds through the leadership of the United States and the important cooperation of our treaty partners in Canada, Mexico, Japan, and Russia. These partners and many millions of American citizens who enjoy birds expect us to live up to those treaty obligations, and our nation's stewardship standards demand it. Unfortunately, the Department of Interior put this stellar leadership in jeopardy. We need the Congress to affirm the long-standing interpretation of the law and the treaties by providing legislation that clearly charts a path forward. The language in the MBTA is clear and straightforward. Unless an individual has a valid permit, it shall be unlawful at any time, by any means, or in any manner, to hunt, take, capture, or kill migratory birds. It is timely for Congress to pass legislation that will make it abundantly clear and return the United States to its place as a world leader in conservation. Interior's new legal standard creates a loophole, allowing companies to engage in activities that routinely kill birds, so long as they were not intending that their operations would, and I quote, render an animal subject to human control. This is a standard that is inconsistent with every other administration. All past administrations have struck a balance and worked diligently in good faith with industries that had significant impacts on birds, such as oil and gas, wind power, utilities, commercial fishing, and others, to reasonably address unintentional take. It can be done, and in fact has been done. Power lines, towers, turbines, oil spills, and pesticides kill tens of millions of birds a year, and the MBTA has served to motivate these industries to reduce and minimize the harm through reasonable best management practices. The MBTA can and has been successfully used to reduce gross negligence by these companies. If Interior's current view of the MBTA holds, companies like Exxon or BP no longer bear any responsibility for the bird deaths from oil spills like the thousands that occurred in Exxon Valdez and the Deepwater Horizon disasters. The discussion draft of the Migratory Bird Protection Act reaffirms the congressional intent of the MBTA and directs the administration to promulgate regulations to provide companies and citizens a simple, efficient, and logical approach to comply with the law. This legislation would effectively modernize this law and ensure that bird conservation is balanced with our economic prosperity. Additionally, the legislation would ensure that our treaty obligations are met and reestablish the U.S. as the leader in wildlife conservation. The subcommittee has taken a very measured and reasonable approach with this discussion draft. It provides what industry needs and citizens demand in a way that will be effective in conserving birds without overburdening the permittees or the agency. The legislation also supports the critical bird habitat conservation in the North American Wetlands Conservation Act and the Neotropical Migratory Bird Conservation Act. I stand ready to assist this effort as a knowledgeable and passionate citizen who is deeply concerned about wildlife conservation and our economy. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. The chair now recognizes Mr. Center for 5 minutes.
Chairman Huffman, Ranking Member McClintock, and members of the subcommittee, I am Stanley Center, Vice President for Bird Conservation at the National Audubon Society. Audubon's mission is to protect birds and the places they need, and we commend Congressman Lowenthal and this subcommittee for starting a conversation about the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and whether Congress should consider legislation with respect to incidental taking. Audubon advocated for legal protection for migratory birds before the 1918 Act was even conceived, and we remain deeply engaged in its implementation today. This law, and especially the broad, unequivocal prohibition of take under Section 703, has provided a backstop for efforts to stabilize and conserve bird populations and a foundation for a wide array of bird conservation initiatives. In passing this act, Congress had the foresight and provided the flexibility to address the issues birds faced in 1918, as well as the challenges of the future. Congress could have chosen to pass a more narrowly tailored bill that only regulated hunting, but it did not. Indeed, for decades, administrations from both political parties have used the prohibition on taking as a tool to minimize impacts to birds from other threats, including industrial hazards. For example, back in the 1950s, field reports documented major mortalities of birds at open oil wastewater pits across the West. Fish and Wildlife Service estimated that oil pits killed up to 2 million waterfowl and other birds annually. But thanks to leadership from the service, including people like Paul Schmidt here and Western states, and the Act's prohibition on incidental taking and related law enforcement actions, that most recent mortality estimates have dropped by half or more. More can and should be done to reduce mortalities due to oil pits and other significant preventable sources of bird deaths. Additionally, where necessary, penalties and fines, such as those paid following the Exxon Valdez and Deepwater Horizon oil spills, are essential tools in mitigating impacts. Bird populations today still need the basic protections afforded by the Act as they struggle with an array of threats: habitat loss, invasive species, pollution and contaminants, industrial hazards, climate change. The effects of these threats are cumulative, yet there is no choice but to tackle those problems individually, giving priorities to those sources that are tractable and available solutions are there to be applied. The Interior Department's solicitor's opinion issued in December 2017 interpreted the Act as only applying to purposeful take and eliminated a key incentive to find solutions to industrial hazards. Audubon finds that the statute clearly prohibits the unauthorized killing of birds without reference to a state of mind or purpose, and many others agree. We know there is industry uncertainty about liability and conflicting interpretations of the law, which is why we are here to ask Congress to reaffirm the longstanding prohibition on unauthorized taking and to develop a consistent nationwide framework to address incidental take from commercial sources. Audubon supports the general approach of the discussion draft. We recognize it as a first step and are eager to engage in the process going forward. As we look at this current and future versions of this legislation, we have some guiding principles that will help us. First, we believe the legislation should affirm that the Act covers incidental take. Second, a permit program should focus on high-impact industries where there are known or anticipated solutions. A permit program should provide real protection for migratory birds and offer a practical path forward for industry. The service, Fish and Wildlife Service, needs to have the resources to implement, enforce, and evaluate a permit program on a sustained basis. There's need to monitor mortalities and bird populations more broadly so that we can all evaluate the effectiveness of this effort. Finally, mitigation fees should be used, or priority should be given in allocation of mitigation fees to those birds most affected by the particular industry engaged, and must happen in the relevant geographies for that bird population. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. We're ready to work with this subcommittee and others to find common ground on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes Mr. D'Angelo for 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here to participate in today's discussion on the Migratory Bird Protection Act of 2019. My name is Wayne D'Angelo. I practice environmental and natural resources law at the law firm of Kelly Dry, and I've done so through most of my career. Prior to that, I had worked for a bit in the Jersey delegation, hello, Mr. Van Drew, in this building, and also worked at the Environmental Protection Agency. In my capacity at Kelly Dry, I've represented and continue to represent a number of industries and companies regulated under a wide variety of environmental and natural resources law, including the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, MBTA. But I'm not here on any company's behalf or any industry's behalf. My testimony here represents my own thoughts and opinions and not the positions of my clients or my firm. I'm here because I believe this is an important issue, and I modestly hope that I can contribute to a constructive dialogue. To begin with, I applaud Congressman Lowenthal for offering a legislative update to the MBTA, and I applaud the committee for having this hearing to discuss it. Congress has made very few meaningful changes to the major environmental statutes throughout my entire career. So my entire career is really about regulatory interpretations. Federal environmental policy has been almost exclusively shaped by the executive branch, and it's part of the reason why you're here. Representative Lowenthal's bill reflects a recognition that the present situation is problematic. And unless Congress starts updating our nation's environmental laws, federal environmental policy will continue to whipsaw back and forth every 4 to 8 years. And unless Congress makes its policy decisions clear, the executive branch will continue to step into the breach. Sometimes we'll like that, sometimes we won't, and that's why we have Congress, and I'm glad we're here having this conversation. I recognize it's no easy task to crack open and tinker with the nation's most important environmental laws, but I think everyone in this room is here because we think it's important. And it all starts here with a dialogue and an idea, and I'm glad to participate. I believe the bill addresses real need to update the MBTA. I do think this bill does more than simply affirm a century-old congressional intent and does more than just simply clarify that incidental take has always been prohibited and unambiguously prohibited by the MBTA. I believe Congress intended the act to cover only affirmative acts directed at migratory birds, not passive impacts from otherwise lawful activities, and I recognize many people disagree. So do many circuit courts. But at least I would hope you would agree that the fact that we have a major circuit court split and dueling solicitor opinions on this very issue suggests that this is not merely reaffirming the unambiguous intent of Congress. But because we're talking about amending the MBTA, the task at hand is less about interpreting prior intent and more about providing clear direction going forward. At a minimum, I would say that requires acknowledging that this bill would significantly change and expand the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. The bill adds incidental take to the scope of activities prohibited by the MBTA, and it defines incidental take as, quote, the killing or taking of migratory birds that directly and foreseeably results from, but is not the purpose of, a covered commercial activity. As such, under the draft bill, incidental take becomes a prohibited criminal offense only if the activity causing it is commercial in nature. Covered commercial activity and covered commercial activities are then defined as an industry or type of commercial activity that the Secretary determines causes significant harm to migratory birds. Then it goes on to list 5 activities presumably predetermined to cause significant harm. In all other respects, the determination of what constitutes a covered commercial activity is left to the Department of Interior. And this is important. The draft bill criminalizes incidental take only when they occur in those activities deemed covered commercial activities. The bill would therefore give the Department of Interior broad authority to select which industries it would expose to significant criminal liability and which industries it would insulate from such liability. In addition to some concerns about vagueness and the capriciousness of singling out specific industries for criminal liability, this presents a major delegation issue. It is the legislature's obligation alone to determine what actions are crimes, and I'm glad we're here to do just that. I have a number of other things, but I'm running out of time. I would just say that I truly am here in the hopes of a constructive discussion and to hopefully contribute to it. I think there's a couple of other issues with the bill, but I think it's profoundly important that Congress is asserting its will and intent and taking a greater role in asserting federal environmental policy. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Mr. D'Angelo. We'll now turn to member questions. Mr. Costa has a commitment, and so we've agreed to begin with him. Mr. Costa is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman of the subcommittee, for your courtesy and for members of the subcommittee. I think the 3 panels combined are very good witnesses on behalf of meritorious pieces of legislation that we will be considering and amending, and I look forward to having the opportunity to contribute to that effort. I do, because of a potential conflict, would like to speak on H.R. 2473, in which our colleague, Mr. Harder, testified earlier. As a co-sponsor of H.R. 2473, the Save Water Resources Act. This is an important piece of water legislation that provides additional tools in our water toolbox to provide solutions to sustain California's water resources. We are going to have a very good witness on the third panel, a person who I've worked with over the years, Ms. Thea G. Hansen, General Manager of Del Porto Water District. She and I have worked on previous projects before, a very innovative reuse project that now is an implementation that ultimately will provide 58,000 acre-feet of reuse of water. The project that she and the exchange contractors with another very good general manager, Chris White, who works on behalf of the exchange contractors, talks about the innovation that we have in California with our water districts, working in partnership with one another, both on local, state, and federal projects. And the Canyon project, the Del Porto Canyon project, is such a off-site reservoir that would benefit from the passage of H.R. 2473, which is among many reasons why I'm supporting this piece of legislation. It creates a water infrastructure fund. Potentially these funds could go to a lot of projects like the Canyon project. It supports water storage. This Canyon project is not only an infrastructure project, but it's a water storage facility that has no opposition that I am aware of. It provides $100 million for storage funding. It provides a monetary prize, as Congressman Harder said, for innovative water technology. We are at the cutting edge. Some of the most innovative water technology and efficiencies have been practiced for decades because water is so valuable, and because of the drought conditions. And people talk about the Israelis, and I've been to Israel, and they do incredible things, but I started an exchange 20 years ago between the Israelis and Fresno State, and many of our water districts implement 95% drip irrigation and more to conserve this very valuable water. But this monetary prize can be helpful. It provides reclamation for infrastructure and finance innovation funding. It provides reauthorization for rural water supply for our clean drinking water. We have, sadly, hundreds and thousands of people in the valley alone that live in communities that don't benefit from clean drinking water standards, and we can fix that. The states come up with significant funding for that purpose. This funding in this area will complement the state funding to improve drinking water for citizens, not only in California, but throughout the country. It also invests in additional water recycling and reuse, just like the project that Del Porto did with the cities of Turlock and Modesto. These kinds of reuse projects are more and more being implemented on the local level because it works and it makes sense. And it would also provide, in California, we've got probably one of the most historical and difficult pieces of state legislation that was implemented 2 years ago, called the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, otherwise known as SGMA. This is a very important piece of legislation. We're trying to manage balancing the overdraft that is taking place in our groundwater basins. It's not easy. The state law would require our water districts by the year 2040 to come in balance. It's the old adage, if you go to a bank and you make withdrawals and you don't make any deposits, you can only do that for so long. And we understand the critical need of the overdraft of our communities. This legislation, if passed and become into law, would provide another tool for our water districts to come into compliance with this historical law in California. So there are many good reasons to support H.R. 2473. I know that Thea Hansen will make a strong statement on behalf of the legislation and all the good things she and the other water managers are doing in the San Joaquin Valley. I thank the chairman for allowing me to go out of order and to recognize this witness, and I look forward to working with the subcommittee on this and other important pieces of legislation.
I thank the gentleman. We will now recognize Mr. Johnson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to just begin by thanking our ranking member for so clearly summarizing our many concerns this morning in his opening statement. Associate myself with that. Mr. D'Angelo, in your testimony, you raised a series of concerns about this bill, and I think you rightfully pointed out that one of the core issues with our environmental laws at large is that Congress has ceded a tremendous amount of our authority in this arena to the executive branch. And you point out the difficulty in dealing with a pendulum that seems to swing back and forth every time there's a new occupant in the White House. And I'm afraid you're correct in your assessment that this bill would do nothing to provide certainty in the execution and enforcement of the MBTA. This bill would require a permit to conduct, quote, covered commercial activities, unquote, if the activity would result in the harming of migratory birds, while the text explicitly states that 5 activities implicating our energy and telecommunications industries would require permits. It grants the Secretary discretion to require permits to conduct any number of other activities that he deems would cause significant harm to migratory birds. In effect, under this bill, the Secretary gets to decide what counts and what doesn't count as an activity that requires a permit. This type of language should concern every American. I'm sure I'm not the only one in this room who has infrastructure projects in my district that have been held up by bureaucratic delay after delay and burdensome environmental reviews. And at some point, we have to take ownership of our Article I powers again. So here's the question, Mr. D'Angelo. In your testimony, you highlight the good work that FWS and industry groups have done in protecting migratory birds. Can you give us just a few examples of this?
Sure, and thank you for the question. I first want to put the Migratory Bird Treaty Act in context in that this is, Migratory Bird Treaty Act is not the sole means by which species are protected, right? Half a decade later, the pit bull of environmental laws, the Endangered Species Act was promulgated, and that has specific language, right? And so any species that is endangered, which is on the brink of extinction per definition, or threatened, which is likely to become so in the foreseeable future can go at 100 years. In some cases, the Fish and Wildlife Service. There's a means to protect them. There's also many other means through how industry operates on federal lands, state laws, and voluntary procedures. So, the threats that you have seen alleged and that are among those of the 5 listed in this in the bill, one are not the largest threats to or risks to migratory birds, but they're subject to a wide variety of both actual regulatory restrictions under other statutes and other jurisdictions, and a wide range of voluntary efforts and protections.
And how do you think the potential criminal exposure that could arise from this bill would impact industry involvement in protecting migratory birds above what's explicitly required by the law?
Well, right now, prior to the recent M opinion, and certain courts of appeals have said that the Migratory Bird Treaty Act does allow for strict liability, criminal liability, go to jail, for incidental takes, inadvertent takes. So this has been a sort of Damocles that's been hanging over industry for some time. It is, why everyone is told that is not a big deal is because that Fish and Wildlife Service will be judicious and that we should all just rely on prosecutorial discretion. Don't worry, we're from the government, we're here to help.
Very little comfort.
Yeah. I think that's problematic because under the prior interpretations, which only really, they don't go back to 1918, it really is the case that sort of any activity could cause you to be criminally liability. Birds of a feather are flocking outside, and if you hit them with a lime scooter, you could be criminally liable under these more extreme interpretations. It's not just commercial activity. It's not just industry. It's everything we do.
It's a very real non-hypothetical threat. Switching gears real quick, I got 30 seconds left. In your testimony, you state the bill's list of 5 covered commercial activities does not represent the activities responsible for the most incidental takes, right? So which activities actually do account for those?
Well, it's true that it's cats are the number one killer of migratory birds, and buildings. About 600 million birds per year is what's estimated. There's a lot of problems with all the numbers, but automobiles, about 200 million.
Wind farms?
Wind farms as well. The numbers have changed on that, but I think the most accurate numbers, Dr. Rodenwald may know best, but around half a million birds per year. But yes, right? And so, I mean, just one particular example is of the 5 activities that are called out are gas vents and flares. I spent 4 hours last night trying to find any evidence anywhere of what the annual risk is from flares. Best I could find was assertion that there was an event that caused a death of 7,500 birds, but that was rare, deemed rare by the zoologist who studied it. And yet here it is among the 5. I think Fish and Wildlife Service has done a really good job in protecting species through collaboration with industry. I would caution against something that feels like targeting, and in this case where we don't even have any data on something being a risk, and it's included within 1 of 5 of countless activities that could take an incidental.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, Mr. D'Angelo.
I apologize. It appears arbitrary.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And Mr. Schmidt, on this subject of the incidental take authority under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, I am struggling with what seems like quite a contradiction. On the one hand, the ranking members offered a withering criticism of this bill that would simply affirm this long-standing incidental take authority. On the other hand, he's the co-sponsor of legislation that invokes and affirms this incidental take authority in the context of criticizing the Green New Deal and saying that wind energy would be detrimental to migratory birds, including golden eagles. So it seems from across the aisle we have this stringent standard for renewables on the one hand and no standard for fossil fuel projects on the other, which doesn't seem very tenable. Mr. Schmidt, would you agree that the Fish and Wildlife Service right now has the authority to regulate incidental take under the MBTA?
Yes, the law provides that. I'm on. No, you just turned me off. Yes, the law provides that. However, the recent M opinion, which is a subject of much discussion here, has essentially by decree withdrawn that authority from their agents. So
but this
there are no special agents that will be pursuing negligent criminal behavior that was unintended but yet negligent currently.
Just to clarify, Mr. Lowenthal's legislation would not change existing authority, it would affirm it, correct?
Correct.
Talk to me about your understanding of how industries are currently planning their projects. Industries typically like to have certainty. They look at a long-term planning horizon when they put these plans in place. Isn't it best to have a consistent, predictable policy for long-term investments in these projects? And what's your understanding of how industry is approaching this in light of the moving goalpost lately from the Trump administration?
I would say that the lack of certainty is not new. The fact that there has not been a regulatory management program in place that provides that great certainty, it has been a problem. And companies demand and expect certainty as they move forward in investments. It seems to me that a program that is described, albeit maybe not perfect, under this legislation would provide the certainty that they could move forward with their investments while managing with reasonable measures to benefit birds or to protect birds, as the legislation indicates.
Appreciate that. Dr. Rodewald, some folks are presenting what seems like a false choice between acting on climate change and protecting birds from renewable energy development. I'd like to believe these two goals could go hand in hand. So talk about how reducing emissions and keeping global temperature change as low as possible would benefit birds.
Sure, thank you. So as I mentioned, there are many threats that are diverse and diffuse that birds are facing. So climate change is one of those. And so all of the steps we can take to reduce emissions have positive outcomes for protecting sometimes very sensitive ecosystems that will be directly impacted by sea rise, for example, salt marshes, changes in terms of forest composition and forest health. We're having more problems with disease and outbreaks in many regions, droughts, wildfires, some of which are natural, some of which are also exacerbated by the conditions that we face. So there are many ways that efforts to stem climate change are supporting healthy habitats for birds, as well as the food resources they need, or water supplies and species that they coexist with.
How about the flip side of that argument, that if we reduce emissions through renewables, we're going to kill too many birds?
Yeah, there's all activities that we do are going to have some impacts on the environment. The question is not do we or do we not pursue certain forms of renewable energy. It's a matter of how we do that. And the Act and the agencies that have been implementing this Act and other ones that protect our environment and regulate human activities do show that there are active steps people and industries can take to reduce their harm. Those can be accommodated.
And renewable energy projects are already doing this, correct?
They are indeed, yes. We've seen a lot of positive and proactive measures taken by the industry to reduce their harm.
All right, thank you very much. The chair now recognizes Mr. Fulcher for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was wondering if the sponsor, primary sponsor for H.R. 2685 would yield to a question, please. Mr. Van Drew.
Of 2685.
Yes,
Mr.
sorry.
Drew.
Yeah. Mr. Van Drew, would you yield? Could you share fiscal cost or fiscal impact of...
Just quickly, thank you for the question. And, just quickly, that's going to be up to Congress, obviously, and it depends on what we appropriate for it. It's a very important bill because the question would be, what is the cost if we don't do it? This is certainly an important part of our economy and an important part of our natural resources. So as the process goes along, Congress is going to make a decision as to what the appropriation will be. I could currently find out, and we will look into that, what the appropriation is set at now, but we would find out in the future. And that would be up to you and all of us.
If the representative would just perhaps share, as you can, what historically that's been, I'd like to know that, just so we have a general idea of what this is likely to cost.
Okay, historically, it has been nothing.
So
historically, as far as I know, there has been no cost associated with it. There's been no appropriation.
Okay, so this is, although this is a reauthorization, there has been no fiscal expenditure to your knowledge?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fender. Question for Mr. D'Angelo?
Yes.
What's the most appropriate way to measure success of taking this action? I'm talking specifically about H.R. 2685, the reauthorization of that. So apparently we haven't spent any funds on that yet, and so by reauthorizing this, there may or may not be appropriations associated with it. I guess what I'm trying to figure out, Mr. D'Angelo, is what's it going to cost? We don't know that. And then how do we measure if spending that money is a good expenditure of taxpayer dollars? Can you help me at all in understanding how we might measure success if this was approved and appropriated?
I will admit to not being an expert in this aspect, the Wild Bird Conservation Act. I can tell you with respect to the Endangered Species Act, the way success is measured is recovery, where populations recover to the point where they no longer need protection or to be listed. And so that is based on establishment of a recovery plan, an examination to look at are the species that are on the brink of extinction or likely to become so, have the risks been mitigated and population issues been addressed as such that they no longer need protection. That's, that in itself has costs in evaluating success in those terms. I don't know of a specific measure that comes within this act, but from a scientific perspective, there are surveys done. There are species of management concern that the Fish and Wildlife Service tracks. It's about 500 species, and other focal species that they use as indicators of the overall success and the overall population health of migratory birds and other birds in their jurisdiction. Those would potentially provide data that would be relevant to show impacts and costs and whether it's money well spent.
Thank you, Mr. D'Angelo. And This is one of the issues that I have with the system as a whole, is we wind up making decisions on some of these just not knowing what we're obligating the taxpayer to. It makes sense what you said to me about monitoring recovery, and you may have no idea, but I'll ask you anyway because I'm trying to get my head wrapped around this. Is there any precedent? Is there any, are there any other examples you can think of where we've engaged to, in similar fashion for other species, and what that cost has been?
I don't have an analogous. As much as I would like to speculate on something I don't know anything about, and often do, in this case, I don't have any data I could.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Fulcher. The chair now recognizes Mr. Lowenthal for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate this discussion and how we're talking about the role of Congress also in this discussion. First question is from Mr. Schmidt. You know, the United States has migratory bird treaties with Canada, as we pointed out, with Mexico, with Japan, with Russia. And together, the treaties provide protections for over 1,000 species, as we and they protect from unnecessary harm. A lot of the discussion today so far has focused on how the Migratory Bird Treaty Act should be interpreted by the United States. I'd like to kind of expand that to a more international. Can you please explain how other countries interpret the Migratory Bird Treaty Act? In particular, how do they interpret incidental harm of migratory birds, other countries? And the second part of it is, are the international interpretations different than how the United States has interpreted the treaties in the past? Is their interpretation similar to our previous interpretation or the recent interpretation?
Thank you, Mr. Lowenthal. Great question. And in answering it, I'll start by indicating a pen I brought today. It was the replica of the pen that was used to sign the amendments to the migratory bird treaties with Canada and Mexico in the 1990s when I worked for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And during those important negotiations, which I was the career lead in, we specifically had discussions with Canada about that interpretation and reaffirmed the long-standing interpretation that unintentional incidental take was a part of those treaties. And therefore, I can affirm that in the case of Canada, they are very consistent with and have promulgated regulations to that effect over time to provide certainty to the industries that we're talking about. And so that's my greatest experiences with Canada, but I also represented the United States with Russia, Japan, and Mexico, and they are similar, although not as assertive, I would say, and the dialogue never got as deep as what we are having now, and we did have with Canada.
So their interpretation was or was not similar to our previous interpretation?
Very similar to our previous interpretation, previous to the M opinion of 2017.
I'd like to change the topic also a little bit and go to Dr. Rodewald, and that has to do with is there or is there not a sense of urgency to do something now? What is the urgency? And I go to the kind of statement in your report, and I think you mentioned also about how recent high-profile reports have outlined the global biodiversity crisis that our planet is facing. Can you elaborate on that? How much, how large is this? What is the problem that's going on? Not just specifically about incidental take, but the biodiversity. What context do we need to look at?
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to answer that. So there have been several recent reports showing that 60% of vertebrate populations have been lost globally since 1970. So that's staggering. That's also consistent with some of the declines we're seeing here in the U.S. So despite our history of conservation, a lot of the positive steps we take, we're not insulated from those kinds of declines. The urgency is manifests in a few ways. For one, we do see a lot of the threats that are facing biodiversity are increasing around the world as our needs to extract resources are changing, continue to increase, that we need to address those. And one of the things I'll mention here, why this is so urgent and this particular bill is so important, is because other legislative mechanisms, like Endangered Species Act, aren't going to cover many of the species that are currently at risk and are sustaining too high mortality. Right? Where those are facing species that are listed under Endangered Species Act and other laws are dealing with the worst of the worst cases. So we have huge savings we can make. It's much more effective in terms of costs and in terms of the positive outcomes if we take proactive measures. Waiting until species are listed is not going to be a winning strategy, and we're also going to have reduced the environmental and positive benefit and economic benefits we receive long before they're listed.
Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Ranking Member McClintock is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I think the chairman has misrepresented or at least misunderstood the disapproval resolution on the Green New Deal that he referred to. It actually cites the double standard, the hypocrisy of exempting incidental takings of the Golden Eagle by wind turbines while enforcing them on other forms of energy production, and that's precisely the objection that I think Mr. D'Angelo raised as well with respect to this legislation, and I wanted to highlight that point. Mr. D'Angelo, you pointed out that essentially under this bill, commercial activity is criminalized, but non-commercial activity is not criminalized. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
So we're kill the same number of birds. If it's a commercial activity, that is criminal. If it's a non-commercial activity, that's not criminal. To me, that distinction doesn't appear to be aimed at protecting birds. It seems to be aimed at attacking commerce. How do you interpret it?
Well, sir, it's a line drawing exercise. I believe it recognizes that the prior interpretation of the MBTA with expansively covering in strict liability any action, intentional or otherwise, that harms a species, of which there's nearly 1,100 species, basically every bird you see outside, is so absurd that it needed to be pared down in a significant way. I can't speak to the decision as to why to limit to commercial activities instead of all sorts of public activities. I mean, it's certainly not purely based on risk, because I don't want to keep going back to the cats, but there's
well, I'm going to get to that point in a second.
Yeah,
but
so it's not based on necessarily fully on risk.
The point is, it's not the incidental taking this bill seems to take exception to. It's commercial activity that it seems to take a dislike to.
Whether it's like or dislike, it's what it is intending to expose to.
We're also told that this is just an affirmation of existing law, nothing to see here, folks, move along. Is that your interpretation of this bill?
It is not. It is not the case that the latest solicitor opinion just dropped out of the ether. The first 50 or so years of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, there were no prosecutions for incidental take. When they started happening, I think the first one was in the 70s, when it happened, incredibly rare. So, and the latest solicitor opinion, again, that's not even the full context of this interpretation. 10 days before the Obama administration left the office, they asserted, basically the inverse of what the Trump administration asserted, and that's part of the whipsaw back and forth. But it is certainly not the case that up to that point, until this dropped out of the ether in December of 2017, it was known and unambiguous that the Migratory Bird Treaty Act covered incidental take.
Dr. Rodewald, Mr. D'Angelo just mentioned the taking of birds by cats. And I believe you submitted a table here that I must be missing something, because the way I'm reading this table, cats are estimated to kill 2.4 billion birds each year. Is that correct?
Correct. That's the best estimate.
And oil pits, 750,000. So 2.4 billion birds taken by cats, 750,000 taken by oil pits.
Sure, I'm happy to speak to that. First, I'll say I'm heartened that you recognize the impact that.
It's stunning. Well, I mean, the imbalance here is stunning. It seemed to me that if we really were serious about protecting the birds, we would be looking at eradicating feral cats that are causing such a high mortality rate. But I also want to, Mr. Chairman, before we recess for votes, I need to submit for the record Congressman Gianforte's statement on his legislation, H.R. 967.
Without objection.
I would also like to submit for the record statement of opposition to the Lowenthal bill by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. They point out that at best, this would create uncertainty for a vast range of commercial and industrial activities across the economy, as the need for a permit and thus unduly hinder their operations, increasing the cost for consumers. At worst, it would create a liability scheme for these sectors without any mechanism for relief. And without objection.
Without objection.
And finally, I'd like to submit for the record, in lieu of the administration presenting a witness for a panel here today, to submit the U.S. Department of Interior's Office of Solicitor issued memorandum interpreting the take prohibition of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act to apply only to affirmative actions that, quote, have as their purpose the taking or killing of migratory birds, their nests, or their eggs, dated December 22nd, 2017.
Without objection. And so, folks, the bad news is votes have been called. We will have to return after votes to continue conversation on the McClintock-Huffman Cat Banning Act of 2019 and other matters. And I especially apologize to the next panel of witnesses, because this is going to be a real inconvenience for you. We're not thrilled about it either. But we have to go to the floor now, and I'm not entirely sure how long it's going to be. We will come back as soon as that vote series is over, and we will pick up with the next panel. So we're going to be recessed temporarily. I apologize again for the inconvenience.
Ms. Folt, the yeas are 275, the nays are 148. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment 49, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Maloney, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 49, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Mr. Sean Patrick Maloney of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. vote, the yeas are 266, the nays are 150. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Ms. Adams of North Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 358, the nays are 65. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment 51, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 51, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Ms. Adams of North Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic votes. This is a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 307 and the nays are 115. The amendment is adopted. Gavel.
Amendment 52, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109 by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 52, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Mr. Byer of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Vote. The yeas are 359, the nays are 64. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment 53, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 53, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Mr. Byer of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Let's vote. The yeas are 285, the nays are 138. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 54, printed in Part B of the House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman of Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 54, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Vote. The yeas are 376, the nays are 47. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 56, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Mrs. Murphy of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 366, the nays are 55. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 57, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 264, the nays are 158. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 58, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 58, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. this vote, the yeas are 91, the nays are 331. Amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 59, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentleman from Utah, Mr. McAdams, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Mr. McAdams of Utah.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 388, the nays are 30. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 60, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 60, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Ms. Schreier of Washington.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. vote, the yeas are 371, the nays are 49. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote. Is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 61, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Ms. Lee of Nevada.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 365, the nays are 54. The unfinished business is the amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 62, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Mrs. Craig of Minnesota.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 383, the nays are 36. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 63, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 63, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Mrs. Craig of Minnesota.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 376, the nays are 41. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 64, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Mrs. Craig of Minnesota.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 390, the nays are 29. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 65, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 65, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Ms. Porter of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 316. On this vote, the yeas are 316, the nays are 103. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 66, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
66, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Ms. Porter of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic vote. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 311, the nays are 110. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 67, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 67, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Ms. Porter of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 235 and the nays are 183. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 68, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Mercurso Powell, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 68, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Ms. Mucarsel Powell of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 281, the nays are 138. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 70, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109 by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 70, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Mr. Levin of Michigan.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 233, the nays are 187. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 71, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109 by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 71, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Ms. Presley of Massachusetts.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 342, the nays are 77, present being 1. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 74, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 74, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Ms. Spanberger of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 364, the nays are 54. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 75, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Delgado, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 75, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Mr. Delgado of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 374, the nays are 44. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 76, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 76, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Mr. Crow of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 345, the nays are 73. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 77, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 77, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-109, offered by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 333, the nays are 86. The amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do not rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All of those in favor say aye. All of those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 2740, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 2740 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to the House Resolution 436 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 2740, Will the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Carson, kindly resume the chair?
The House is in the committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of the bill H.R. 2740, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2020, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today pursuant to House Resolution 431, Amendment number 77, printed in Part B of House Report 116-109, offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, had been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 116-111, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 1 by Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin. Amendment number 2 by Mr. Pasquarel of New Jersey. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the time for any electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 116-111, offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-111, offered by Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. I need that. I'm going to need that. On this vote, the yeas are 225, the nays are 193. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 116-111, offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pasquale, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-111, offered by Mr. Pasquale of New Jersey.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 382, the nays are 32. The amendment has been adopted. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee do not rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 2740, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 2740 and has come to no resolution thereon.
Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary,
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed, without amendment, H.R. 299, the Blue Water Navy Vietnam Veterans Act of 2019.
the chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days before the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the actions and policies of certain members of the government of Belarus and other persons to undermine democratic processes or institutions of Belarus that was declared in Executive Order 13405 of June 16, 2006, is to continue in effect beyond June 16, 2019.
Welcome back, folks. Without further ado, and with deep apologies to all of the panelists and everyone else who just had to wait a long time while we cast votes, we're back in session. I don't believe there are other member questions for this panel, and so I apologize that we've kept you waiting for not, but we're really grateful for your testimony. It was an excellent panel. Your country thanks you, and you are free to go. And with that, we'll ask the third panel to come forward. So while they're coming forward, I'm going to go ahead and introduce this panel. The first witness will be Mr. Grayford Payne from the Bureau of Reclamation. He's the Deputy Commissioner for Policy Administration and Budget. And I understand that Mr. Payne has a flight to catch, and so we'll probably be speaking and then leaving before we can finish the panel and get to member questions. Unfortunately, this is just the kind of thing that happens when we run late like this, so we apologize for that. But next will be Mr. John Allen, Board President of the Water Replenishment District of Southern California. Then we will hear from Anthea Hansen, General Manager of the Del Puerto Water District in California, followed by Mr. Brett Barbary, Director of the Municipal Water District of Orange County. And the final witness will be Mr. Steve Sliver, Executive Director of the PFAS Action Response Team at the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy. And with that, we will welcome Mr. Payne to kick us off. You're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Huffman, and Ranking Member McClintock, and members of the subcommittee. I'm Grayford Payne, Deputy Commissioner of Policy Administration and Budget for the Bureau of Reclamation within the Department of the Interior. Thank you for the opportunity to provide Interior's view on H.R. 967, the Clean Water for Rural Communities Act, H.R. 1162, the Water Recycling Investment and Improvement Act, and H.R. 2473, Securing Access for the Central Valley and Enhancing Water Resources Act. I've summarized my written statements, and I'll use this time to address a few key points. Reclamation's mission is to manage, develop, and protect water-related resources in an environmentally and economically sound manner in the interest of the American public. Reclamation's programs addressed in these three bills, represent part of an all-of-the-above approach that we, Reclamation, employs every day to improve water reliability for Western farmers and families. Rural water projects help build strong, secure communities and are important to supporting the livelihood of local economies. Discretionary rural water funding has enabled Reclamation to make progress in promoting certainty, sustainability, and reliability in support of basic drinking water needs of rural Western communities. However, Reclamation's ability to make federal investments that match the on-the-ground needs has its limitations. Authorized rural water projects compete with other priorities within Reclamation's budget, including basic operation and maintenance needs, aging infrastructure, water, Indian water rights settlements, safety of dams, environmental compliance, restoration actions, developing sustainable water supply strategies, and other activities intended to address future and energy-related challenges. Water reuse and recycling, which is our Title 16 Water Smart program, as part of our all-of-the-above approach, Interior views water reuse and recycling as an important component of the overall water supplies. Earlier this year, the Bureau of Reclamation awarded $35.3 million for 6 authorized Title 16 water reclamation and reuse projects in California. Additionally, $20 million in funding under the WIN Act, part of Title 16, will be selected later this year. This funding will be used to improve flexibility during water shortages and diversify the water supply. The department also views increased surface storage, groundwater recharge, and desalination as important parts of the water supply strategy. H.R. 967, the Clean Water for Rural Communities Act, authorizes the planning, design, and construction of the Musselshell-Judith rural water system in central Montana, and would authorize appropriations of 65% of the total project cost. The bill also authorizes the Dry Red Water Regional Water Authority system to continue working with Reclamation to complete their feasibility study. While the department is committed to completing construction of authorized projects, we have concerns about adding to the nearly $1.3 billion backlog of Reclamation's authorized rural water projects seeking federal construction funding. H.R. 1162, the Water Recycling Investment and Improvement Act, amends the Reclamation Wastewater and Groundwater Study and Facilities Act to increase the authorization for Reclamation's Title 16 Water Recycling Competitive Grants Program from $50 million to $500 million and to increase the cost share ceiling to $30 million. While some adjustments for inflation may be appropriate, the program remains successful at the current level, at the current ceiling. H.R. 2473, Securing Access for the Central Valley and Enhancing Water Resources Act, SAVE Act, provides Reclamation with several authorities intended to increase storage, generate innovation, and invest in aging infrastructure, which is part of our overall approach, which I referred to earlier. We look forward to continuing our conversations with Congressman Harder and this committee on modifications to the SAFE Act to make it work best for Valley farmers, communities, and businesses. Reclamation has provided technical assistance on all 3 of the legislation, and we look forward to continuing to work with the committee on these bills. In conclusion, the department is willing to work with the committee on its water supply goals. I thank you again for the opportunity to testify and appreciate the courtesy of letting me catch my flight.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. We appreciate it. Mr. Allen, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman, for convening today's hearing, and Mr. McClintock, thank you. My name is John Allen, and I am the president of the Board of Directors of the Water Replenishment District of Southern California, or the WRD. WRD appreciates the opportunity to provide our views in support of H.R. 1162 and the Bureau of Reclamation's Title 16 Water Reclamation and Reuse Program. We would also like to take this opportunity to thank Congresswoman Napolitano for her leadership on these issues and for her partnership in our work to secure our region's water future. We are especially grateful for this committee's efforts to combat severe drought and meet the water needs of the American West. As you may know, the Water Replenishment District manages groundwater for over 4 million residents in 43 cities located in southern Los Angeles County. The 420 square mile service area uses approximately 220,000 acre-feet of groundwater per year. Half, 50% of the water used within WRD's service area comes from aquifers, our underground water sources or reservoirs. Through state-of-the-art infrastructure projects and partnerships with government at local, state, and federal levels, the Water Replenishment District has managed groundwater infrastructure responsibly and effectively for nearly 60 years. 60 years in November of this year. The Water Independence Now program, or WIN, is WRD's group of projects and programs designed to protect the security of our groundwater supplies and eliminate the district's need for costly and unreliable imported water. The Albert Robles Center, formerly known as the Groundwater Reliability Improvement Project, is the cornerstone of the Water Independence Now program, the WIN program, and has been the beneficiary of the Title 16 funds in 2 separate grant awards from the United States Bureau of Reclamation. The Robles Center will introduce a new, local, drought-proof, high-quality, advanced treated water source into one of the most highly urbanized groundwater basins in Southern California, if not America. The completion of this facility will position WRD to become the largest water agency in California to secure 100% of our water supply directly from local sources, recycled water, advanced treated water, and storm water. We applaud the introduction of H.R. 1162 legislation to reauthorize Title 16 water recycling and reuse projects and increase the overall funding level for the program. Our agency is grateful for the funding opportunity created by the Title 16 program and feels strongly that this program represents a sound investment in the future of the American West by the federal government. It is a fact, Title 16 projects create jobs, boost local economy, businesses, and provide long-term savings. These programs represent sound and critical investments in solutions to our water challenges and water sustainability while addressing our drought concerns. Numerous environmental and economic benefits are realized when new water supplies are brought online. For example, in our service area, the Albert Robles Center will help combat drought and maximize the use of recycled water. It will benefit taxpayers using locally available water as opposed to more costly imported water will stabilize water rates. It will benefit the environment. It is more energy efficient to generate clean water from locally available recycled wastewater than to import water, a process that requires massive amounts of energy to transport the water over hundreds of miles from Northern California and the Colorado River. Title 16 grants help make forward-thinking projects like this possible. Thank you again for your steadfast leadership on these important issues.
Apologize. Mr. McClintock was entertaining me here. Ms. Hanson, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, Chairman Huffman, Ranking Member McClintock, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Anthea Hanson, and I am on behalf of Del Puerto Water District, I thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on a matter of critical importance, the reliability of water supplies in the western United States. The district was formed in 1947 and receives its water supply from the Bureau of Reclamation through deliveries from the Delta Mendota Canal, a critically important feature of the Central Valley Project. In 1995, the district was reorganized through a formal consolidation with 10 other local districts. The water service contracts of these districts was assigned to Del Puerto, resulting in a contract providing for over 140,000 acre-feet of water annually, making the district one of the largest recipients of agricultural water service in the CVP south of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. I have been in the employ of the district for 20 years, and I have been its general manager for 5 years. In my first 3 years as manager, serving the landowners of over 45,000 acres of productive farmland in California's Central Valley, the district's long-term contract provided 2 consecutive years of a 0% supply, followed by a year of 5% supply in 2016. In the years prior to that, during my tenure, the district's supply averaged just 56% of its contract. While I am thankful that drought conditions have at least for now receded, I note for the committee that at a time when California reports a snowpack of over 200% of average, south of the Delta agricultural water service contractors are currently only receiving an allocation of 70%, while an estimated 23.7 million acre-feet, or over 90% of the inflow to our Delta, has flowed out uncaptured to the ocean. This is not a sustainable situation for the farmers that grow the food and fiber that feeds our nation and supports the fabric of our rural communities, and it threatens the security and reliability of the United States food supply. If it were its own country, California would boast the world's 5th largest economy, yet it is unable to provide water reliability to a region that produces more than 2/3 of its fruits and nuts and over 50% of the nation's vegetables. This is unacceptable. We know that what must be done to confront this challenge. The solutions require political will to accomplish, as well as a coalition of water and resource managers and their political leaders who are willing to move past the historic water wars to implement the solutions. There are 4 key components to restoring reliability to San Joaquin Valley water supplies. Operate both the state and federal water projects to capture as much water as possible in years such as this one. Increase the conveyance capacity of facilities in our river systems to move water from north to south. Build increased water storage both above ground and below and subsurface. And diversify water supplies, including increasing the use of recycled and reclaimed water, increasing efficiency in water conservation, increasing utilization of technologies to use water as efficiently as possible. H.R. 2473, the Save Water Resources Act, contains helpful tools to begin to restore water supplies to the 200 family farmers served by the Del Puerto Water District and the communities that rely on them. The legislation provides additional funding for WaterSmart grants, creates RIFIA, which would provide low-interest loans to cover up to 49% of project costs, authorizes $450 million in funding from the Reclamation's Title 16 program, and expedites water storage feasibility studies, including those for Sites Reservoir, the Los Vaqueros Reservoir expansion, the Del Puerto Canyon Reservoir, as well as the expansion of the San Luis Reservoir and the related Pacheco Reservoir. There is no one action to make up for all the years that we have failed to improve not only our situation, but the situation for the environment as well. California is miserably lacking in water infrastructure investment. The district and its neighbors continually look for opportunities to increase surface supplies to meet the needs of the region, but additional storage needs to be an integral part of the solution. We need local regional solutions like our proposed Del Puerto Canyon Reservoir. It will be difficult to work to reach an agreement on legislation to wisely manage the West Water now and into the future. It is our responsibility to come together and find a way. Now, if we don't, we ensure only that water supply reliability will continue to decline and the security of our nation will someday be challenged because we will not have the Central Valley of California to produce a safe and abundant food supply. I thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee today and look forward to answering any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. We appreciate it. Mr. Barber, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Huffman, Ranking Member McClintock, members of the subcommittee. My name is Brett Barber, and I'm an elected director of the Municipal Water District of Orange County and also an appointed director of the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this afternoon as a publicly elected director to share a few thoughts regarding H.R. 2473 and the impacts its passage would have on the California water supply. I've also submitted a written statement providing a broader look at statewide water storage and delivery challenges. We have a water system in California that is broken under the weight of environmental problems and regulations, lack of investment, and outright political obstructionism. I see very little in H.R. 2473 that would help solve these problems. First comment I would make is that in Section 2, you authorize $300 million in FY 2030 to 2060 for water infrastructure and drought solutions. Why wait? This seems to be an attempt to authorize outside the scope of a CBO score. But by delaying the funding, you're sending a clear message that there's really not a problem to be solved. It might feel good to tell those who truly need assistance that help is coming in 11 years, but it really does nothing right now. Second, Section 2B1A of the bill couples surface storage with groundwater storage. These are two very different methods. Surface storage can take large amounts of water very quickly, while groundwater storage requires significantly more time to fill up a basin. With surface storage, one receives multiple benefits: water storage, flood control, recreational opportunities, and power generation. This section should be bifurcated to provide a specific amount for surface storage and a specific amount for groundwater storage. The two can work together, but should be funded separately. An example of those two methods working together would be the MWD Diamond Valley Lake, or DVL. DVL, located in Hemet, was constructed in the late 1990s with MET ratepayer dollars to provide the ability to capture storm flows from either the State Water Project or the Colorado River. This water is to be used for both emergency storage and to be able to slowly recharge the groundwater basins in our service area. In fact, I recall Congresswoman Napolitano was one of the keynotes at the dedication ceremony. Section 4G prohibits the use of tax-free municipal bonds if one participates in the new program, RIFIA. That exact same provision was removed from WIFIA, as most agencies would have avoided utilizing a program which restricted their ability to access the tax-free municipal markets. That provision should be removed. Those of us in California recognize the importance of desal in our future. In fact, I believe about 10% of our future supplies someday will come from desal. However, to the cynics that say Southern California should simply build desal to stop taking their state water project allocation, let me provide a few facts. In order to replace a 2 million acre feet of state water project supply with desal, Metropolitan would need to build coastal desal plants one every 4.5 miles from Ventura to San Diego. Good luck with the permitting on that. Section 5 is largely unnecessary, but it does recognize the need for more storage in California. It's interesting to note Shasta is not mentioned. Why not? Doesn't it meet the definition of former President Obama's favorite buzz phrase, shovel ready? We've known for decades what's needed to fix the California water system, and that is to complete the State Water Project and build more storage. From January to the end of May this year, 22 million acre feet of fresh water flowed out to the Pacific Ocean. With proper storage and a distribution system that worked, we could have captured most of that. During the same time, CVP and state water exports from the Delta was only 1.7 million acre feet. Storing water away in wet years means more for both the economy and the environment in dry years. We've long tried to run this water system with inadequate storage, and the problem reveals itself every time it stops raining. We need to stop fooling ourselves that we can be the 5th largest economy in the world without a world-class water system that's up to today's challenges. The design of the water system in the Delta needs to be improved so that the water can be captured in the northern Delta, transported to the aqueduct system in the southern Delta. We must remember the supply is vital for the economies of the Silicon Valley, Central Valley, and the $1 trillion Southern California economy. The California water system has been living off investments of the past generations, and a bill of inaction is coming due. What we need in California is a new generation in investment and a new management ethic that doesn't look for reasons to deny water for the economy. Unfortunately, H.R. 2473 falls short. This concludes my statement. I'll be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Sliver, you recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Huffman, Ranking Member McClintock, and members of the subcommittee. And thanks for this opportunity to talk about the PFAS Detection Act. My name is Steve Sliver, and I am the Executive Director of Michigan's PFAS Action Response Team. And thank you, Congressman Kildee and co-sponsors of H.R. 1976 for your leadership to promote and advance technologies to detect these PFAS compounds and to initiate nationwide survey to better understand the occurrence of them in the environment. Michigan, as well as other states, needs national leadership on standards, and any federal assistance for the sampling of surface water, groundwater, and soil would be very much appreciated. So PFAS are a class of over 5,000 chemicals that have a carbon-fluorine bond, one of the strongest bonds in chemistry. That strong bond gives them their unique and desirable characteristics of being highly stable and heat resistant. They can also help repel oil and water, reduce friction, facilitate the formation of foam, and disperse coatings across surfaces. The use of PFAS is so widespread across everything from our personal care products to firefighting foams and industrial applications that it's probably easier to list where PFAS are not used rather than where they are. And we're concerned about them because some tend to accumulate in the environment and our bodies, and some have been associated with adverse health effects. We just recently began looking for them, up to 24 in the environment, and we only have limited health and environmental information on some of them. We've got much to learn. And so interest in PFAS contamination began in Michigan with the discovery of very high levels of contamination in groundwater and surface water near military installations that use firefighting foam, and the discovery of widespread contamination from the historic disposal of tannery waste in Rockford, Michigan, grew that interest statewide. As the extent of the challenge to understand the occurrence of the chemicals and how to address them became more clear, the Michigan PFAS Action Response Team, or MPART, was formed to ensure state agencies were communicating and coordinating an efficient and effective response. Absent any federal protocols, one of the first things we did was develop our own sampling guidance, decide on the analytical methods, and list the compounds to evaluate. The bill proposes the Geologic Survey coordinate with EPA to develop performance standard for the detection of PFAS across all media. This will help ensure proper sampling and analysis of PFAS across the country, lead to new technologies that provide a more thorough evaluation of PFAS, and guide better investigations and public health responses. MPART has coordinated the investigations of hundreds of known and suspected sites of PFAS contamination. We have this many because we're looking, not because we have more contamination than anyone else. The PFAS Detection Act will help prioritize the sampling by the Geologic Survey near sites like these and identify additional sites across the country. That is the model MPART has used, and it works for protecting public health. We have rapidly sampled private wells near these contaminated sites and discovered several thousand Michiganders in need of alternate water supply. MPART is also systematically surveying our drinking water supplies and surface waters. This data helps us identify and protect residents who are exposed to unacceptably high concentration of PFAS in their drinking water, and to track down and eliminate discharges of PFAS into our waterways that are affecting our drinking water intakes and the fish we consume. The data also helps us to understand the need for any new regulations, like enforceable drinking water standards. We know from statewide testing of all community water supplies that 97% don't have PFAS contamination issues today, but all that testing did not cover everyone, including 25% of our residents on their own private well. Additional sampling by the Geologic Survey, as described in this bill, could provide much-needed data on sources of PFAS contamination and broaden our coverage of the state's and nation's drinking water supply. We appreciate the provision in the bill for the Geologic Survey to consult with the states. Michigan has a considerable amount of data, and we also have developed protocols to use the best available science and data to drive our next steps in our investigations. Our protocols include having a detailed plan for how to share and respond to the results, especially when testing drinking water. The Geologic Survey will get results that require a public health response, and planning for that now is important. Lastly, this bill highlights the need for funding. Michigan alone has allocated over $50 million in the past 2 years to address PFAS contamination. So on behalf of MPART, we really look forward to further discussion on H.R. 1976. It can be an important vehicle to establish nationally recognized standards for the detection of PFAS and helping us better understand the occurrence of them throughout the environment. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the panel. We'll now bring it back to questions of the members. Did you want to begin, Ms. Napolitano?
Yes, sir, Mr. Huffman. Thank you very much. Both Mr. Allen and Mr. Barber, is the drought over in Southern California?
No.
We live in a perpetual state of drought, but we figured out how to work around the drought.
But right now, the aquifers aren't full.
Well, in Orange County, the aquifers are mostly full. We've also invested in groundwater replenishment system, which takes the sewer water, treats it to perfect standards, and sends it right back to the groundwater system.
So without recycled water, you'd be in a pickle.
Well, I would say without imported water. It's actually all of the above that we need. Imported water, local supplies, desal, groundwater replenishment.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, what is the cost of recycling water?
If I may answer that for just a second, I believe we've been in a drought since the early months of 2007. That's 12 years. We've had some good rain years, but last year we had less than 5 inches. And we definitely need to replenish our underground aquifers, our reservoirs, to keep our aquifers full.
Next question would be, what is the cost of recycled water now?
We have a plant that's going to put water in the ground without imported water. Imported water costs about $1,100 an acre foot if you get it from Metropolitan. We will put it in the ground so that it would cost $365 to pump. And of course, you have your basic pumping, which is $220 to $250 an acre foot. So you put those both together, you're still under $600, or just about half of what it would cost to buy Metropolitan water.
So, Mr. McClintock, your figures are wrong. You can get it from people who are actually doing the research, the work. The next question would be, not a question, but a statement to Ms. Hanson. Northern California has a great amount of agriculture, which they maintain. It's always been said, not my figures either, that Northern California uses 80% of California's water, Southern California gets 20%. You use it mostly for ag. Certainly there's other uses for it, but Southern California uses it for people, for business, and for some of the agriculture. So I find it a little hard to give more water to Northern California. However, if we are able to recycle more and meld it with potable water, then Northern California can have their water, because then we won't need as much, and very little, as he was pointing out. And the same thing for, I think, the Orange County is also doing the same thing. They're going to be off potable water by 2030, do I hear?
Not Orange County, no. We're always going to need imported water.
But what amount?
Well, roughly 50% of Orange County's water supply is imported either through the State Water Project or from the Colorado River. And that's pretty much the same throughout the entire Met Service area. And that's why it's been critical that we have both 2 import sources and also a development of local resources. The local resources and conservation generally is for growth.
Mr. Allen?
Thank you. My agency has become independent of Metropolitan water. I've imported water from Northern California and Colorado River. Metropolitan is a very good partner of ours, and under their LURP plan, they have given us $1 million to help construct our new advanced water treatment facility in Pico Rivera. So we'll be off that. And our plan going forward is to get our 43 cities off of imported water. And we're going to do that. We're going to work on the brackish water in the West Coast Basin. That's our next step. But we have 3 other steps after that.
And you need the help of government to do what?
We need the help of the Bureau of Reclamation to take 600,000 acre feet of brackish water that's in the West Basin and bring it up and clean it up and desalinate it and put it back in there and create 600,000 acre-feet of reservoir space below ground that we can use to capture whenever we have a rainy year like we had this year and like we had 2 years ago. We could fill that up and we could continue to be independent, but we need that money now, or not now, but in the next couple of years to build that plant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that wraps it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Recognize Ranking Member McClintock for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Barber, you asked a very important question. Why wait? Mr. Harder himself told us that this is urgent. We need to get started right away, and then he doesn't, in his bill, make provisions for these projects until 2030. And these projects, by the way, are not shovel-ready. They are for study. And he ignores Shasta, which is ready to proceed. What do you make of all of that? Is this urgent or not?
You know, I always hear that it's urgent, that we need to make these fixes. I know in Southern California, we've been trying to get the State Water Project fixed for 50 years. And they're still studying it. And it's what I call analysis paralysis, where we just study things to death. We never build anything. The only reason I can see putting it out to 2030 is so you can avoid a 10-year CBO score.
One of the provisions he has is to conflate both surface water storage and underground storage as basically the same thing. Are they the same thing in terms of efficiency?
Not the same thing at all. You cannot capture large storm flows with groundwater basins. You have to put it in a holding basin. That's why that's why we built Diamond Valley Lake, so we could take those huge storm flows and save it and then slowly let it go into the groundwater basins, like in Orange County and WRD places.
Diverting money from surface water storage to groundwater storage, of course, means two things then. Less surface water storage and less total water storage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Shasta, the estimated cost per acre foot is $2,200. That's completely ignored in this legislation, as I said, but we have sites at $2,800, Los Vaqueros at $6,900, Del Puerto Canyon at $5,800 per acre foot, and San Luis Reservoir at $4,100 per acre foot, rounded to the nearest 100. Does that make any sense economically?
Well, obviously raising Shasta makes a lot of sense. You get 18.5 feet, get 634,000 acre feet of increased storage. It is expensive, but in the long run, it's better to have that. Some of the other reservoirs are much smaller footprint, but I still think it's important. I think it's important to contrast the Colorado River storage with the State Water Project storage. Colorado River has an average flow of 15 million acre feet a year. Yet they have 60 million acre feet of storage. So when those huge storms come, they capture every single drop of water, snow, whatever it may be. In California, the Sacramento-San Joaquin Bay Delta has average flows of 32 million acre feet. Yet they only have 16 million acre feet of storage available. Having 50% of average flows is never going to get you in a situation other than being in a perpetual drought.
And
we need to get beyond that.
We lost about 22 million acre feet to the ocean?
Already this year, exactly.
Well, Mr. Allen, wouldn't that be helpful in your district? 22 million acre feet of water? That's a rhetorical question, never mind. I need to go on because I want to cover these numbers. These come from the EPA. They're a study of the costs of water for San Diego, which is at the end of California's water pipeline. They provide a range, and the mean in that range is desal, $2,300 per acre foot, water recycling, $1,500, imported water, that expensive stuff that Mr. Allen was talking about, $925, groundwater, $737, and surface water storage, $600 per acre foot. So $600 per acre foot for surface water storage is the mean average reported by the EPA for San Diego. Desal, $2,300. So I'd ask you, what's better, 1 gallon or 4 gallon for the dollar?
Well, I think you're going to need a mix. Desal, I don't think we're ever going to run out of the ocean anytime soon, so that's helpful.
Yeah, but we can't guarantee enough electricity right now to keep people's air conditioning running this summer, let alone their refrigerators.
I agree. The problem in the state of California is they're taking away all of the abilities to generate electricity. They won't even count hydro as green power.
Well, and again, it comes down to, we keep hearing all the time, well, we need all of the sources in our water toolbox as if they're all the same, but they're not all the same. Some of them are extremely expensive, which means putting our money there, it means perpetual water shortage. Ms. Hanson, do you think that's really good public policy to treat the most expensive sources of water the same as we treat the cheapest?
No, sir, but I do think that different locations have different variables, and I do think that some of the projects make more sense in one area than another. I know that Del Puerto Canyon Reservoir
of course they do, but again, I do think you would agree that abundance is better than shortage. I've got one more question I've got to ask you.
We're out of time, Mr. Ranking Member.
Well, you've given a lot of time to some of the Democrats over the amount, so
How quickly
just one quick question. How important do you believe it is to extend the operational issues in the WIN Act? Ms. Hanson.
I would agree that it would be a very beneficial thing for the
We're going to have to leave it with that. You think that's a good idea, that'll be where it stands, because we've got to keep moving.
It will need to be the will of Congress.
Understood. Thank you. I'm going to recognize myself now for 5 minutes. The cognitive dissonance in here is getting pretty loud. Mr. McClintock is citing numbers that bear no relation to reality. Now, maybe San Diego can somehow pencil out $600 per acre foot for existing surface water storage, but you will not find new surface water storage in the state of California at $600 an acre foot. Certainly not without wild economic acrobatics that involved contriving public benefits and subsidies layered on these projects to artificially drive down the cost, and even then it won't be $600 per acre foot. If you can find a new surface water storage project for $600 an acre foot, I will eat a reverse osmosis membrane. Okay?
That's a challenge.
Now, I've just heard withering criticism about this idea of Mr. Harder's bill calling for reclamation fund spending 10 years out. This is to avoid a CBO scoring problem. I get that, but suddenly there's this great desire to accelerate it. Well, my friends across the aisle are opposed to the mandatory spending in that reclamation fund proposal. So were we to immediately begin that mandatory spending, my friends across the aisle would immediately turn around and oppose it. So I find this to be disingenuous and at best confusing. Similarly, some of your testimony, Mr. Barbary, I appreciate the desire to have projects and water supplies that can be brought online quickly because there is a lot of urgency. But to then turn around and say that we need to dedicate a whole bunch of this fund to surface water storage projects instead of whatever projects can pencil out and move forward the fastest is at odds with what you say you want, because those are the slowest projects. They're the ones that take the longest. You won't get water from a new surface water storage anytime soon. They're many, many years out. And the Shasta project that some folks keep holding out as a holy grail. Let me just remind everyone, the Shasta project is illegal under California law. That's why it hasn't moved forward. That's why it's not going to move forward. The state of California is in court right now suing to make sure that there is no construction activity on this project. And the Bureau of Reclamation Commissioner testified in this committee strongly indicating that it would take a specific act of Congress directing construction, notwithstanding state law. We haven't done that for over 100 years. The Western governors are going to hate it. Most water users in California are going to hate the fact that you're running roughshod over state law, but I guess some folks want to keep pretending that this illegal Shasta Dam project is shovel-ready and just about ready to build, I guess, if we can lavish enough federal subsidies on it to make it pencil out. Mr. Allen, I was impressed with your testimony and the strategy of trying to develop as much self-reliance as possible for the communities you serve so that you're not dependent on these far-flung water import projects, which carry with them a lot of uncertainty and vagary. And as we look out with climate change and environmental conflicts, it seems to me that you've placed a pretty good bet by developing that kind of certainty into your water supply, especially with costs of imported water from MWD being $1,100 or so, as you state. Talk about the advantages of having a supply that you can control and having wet water that you can actually count on rather than some of these abstractions we've been talking about with other options.
Certainty and predictability help business and commerce develop, that provides jobs, provides a thriving economy, provides a good place to live. And that's what Southern California is, and that's what we want to keep, and that's what we want to do by making sure there's no earthquakes that interrupt the supply of water from Northern California, no earthquakes that interrupt the supply of water from the Colorado River. These are all possibilities that we don't want to think about.
And you're not alone here. A growing number of Southern California communities, including metropolitan contractors, have seen the benefits of this strategy of developing more local and regional supplies. I know Long Beach and the city of Los Angeles itself, San Diego for many years has been broadening its water supply portfolio.
Metropolitan Water District is developing the Carson sewage treatment plant that puts anywhere between 250 million gallons a day of treated sewage into the Pacific Ocean. And they want to develop that into recycled water to use in the basin, perhaps Orange County, perhaps Upper San Gabriel Reservoir, perhaps with us. That would be a tremendous source of water that needs to be developed locally, and that would also use Bureau of Reclamation Title 16 funds, or would be eligible to apply for it.
Let me just say, as someone who's worked on water for many years, and as a Northern Californian, we don't mind sharing our water with the rest of the state, but it sure helps if we've got partners in other parts of the state that are also trying to develop the water supplies locally and regionally that can allow us to have healthy rivers and good water quality and salmon populations in our part of the state as well. So thanks for your leadership on that.
You're welcome, and it also saves electricity.
Right. All right. Mr. Kilda, you've been very patient. Let me recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing, this important hearing, but particularly for inviting me to participate because of the subject that I have spent so much time on. I am particularly happy to be able to be a part of this hearing and to be in this hearing room where my predecessor in Congress, my Uncle Dale, served for 34 of his 36 years in Congress. So I personally take some pride in being able to be here. So I also want to thank Mr. Sliver for coming from Michigan to testify today on H.R. 1976, the PFAS Detection Act. I've worked very closely with Congressman Jack Bergman from the northern part of my state, along with Senator Stabenow and other members of Congress on this legislation. I represent Oscoda, Michigan, which is a small rural community. It's home to the former Wurtsmith Air Force Base, which at one time was part of the Strategic Air Command's B-52 fleet. In fact, I remember as a kid watching those planes come and go. Now, though, sadly, according to the GAO, Wurtsmith is one of 401 military sites having known or potential releases of PFAS after decades, in this case, of firefighting foam being used by the military on that location. This toxic firefighting foam leached into the groundwater and has contaminated the drinking water in the community of Oscoda. And that is the issue that led me to this subject, and it's why I formed the bipartisan Congressional PFAS Task Force with my friend, Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania. The task force has over 50 members of Congress, not just limited to Michigan, because we hear from virtually members from all over the country on this issue. So, Mr. Sliver, as you mentioned in your testimony, Michigan has hundreds of known and suspected sites of PFAS contamination. And we know this not necessarily, as you said, because our state has more contamination than anyone else, but because our agencies have been actively looking for it. Help us understand why it's important that we find out where this PFAS contamination is, number one. And secondly, if you could comment on how pervasive you believe, I know we don't want to get ahead of the science, but what you suspect might be the case in terms of how pervasive PFAS is likely to be found throughout the state of Michigan.
Sure, thanks for the opportunity. Yes, I think, first, we're all about protecting public health. That is our job number one when it comes to MPART and coordinating all of the other state agencies And our goal is to identify and reduce exposures to people in their drinking water of PFAS. And so in order to do that, we need to know where these sites of contamination are. And so we have a very systematic approach in Michigan of looking at known and suspected sites of contamination, and we also have reconnaissance sampling of our surface waters and groundwaters as proposed in this bill for a nationwide survey by the Geologic Survey, and we also test our public water supplies, again, trying to understand the occurrence of these compounds, and then where we do find them above a concentration that the health experts tell us is something that is too high, then we can work immediately to reduce those concentrations. And I'm sorry, the second part of the question?
Like how broad or how ubiquitous do you believe PFAS will likely to be determined in the state of Michigan?
Well, you know, we're finding it in our drinking water, we're finding it in surface water, we're finding it in wastewater, we're finding it in landfills, which take all of the waste materials from society when they're no longer useful to us. We're finding it in fish tissue, we're finding it in deer tissue. And so I don't know exactly where they are, but given how ubiquitous they are in society, you know, we would not be surprised to find them in many different media. And I think that's really the value of having a very systematic approach to looking across the country in all the different media to say, okay, where should we be targeting our efforts given what we're finding in all these media?
And lastly, because I have limited time, I wonder if you just might comment on why it's so expensive to deal with this subject. I mean, this $45 million relative to the downstream cost of not locating it is nothing, but it is expensive to address PFAS. Could you just touch on briefly why it is so expensive?
Well, sure, exactly. The analytical costs alone are very expensive. We were paying over $500 per single drinking water sample last year. Costs have come down a little bit, but there's not a lot of capacity nationally to address that. Plus, all the models that we've been using to understand how these behave in the environment they don't work for PFAS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will note that the room that we are in is named for Morris K. Udall, who I met 41 years ago, as you now know, when I came down here to testify as a young...
I think you should share that picture of
I
you
may
41
share that
years
photo
ago
of
with
Mr.
everyone.
Udall, but not of the young Dan
Unrecognizable.
standing next to him. Again, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I want to thank all of the witnesses. Very valuable testimony. This is extremely important subject matter, and you can count on further efforts by this committee to move some of these solutions forward to the extent we can. Members of the committee may have some additional questions for the witnesses. We will ask you to respond to those questions in writing under Committee Rule 3.0. Members of the committee must submit those questions in writing within 3 business days following this hearing, and the record will be held open for 10 business days to allow for responses. If there's no further business, this subcommittee is adjourned.